That's better. You guys have absolutely no idea what I was talking about. But hello again. Anyways, what I was trying to say is it's like 15 minutes of arranging windows and clicking around until I can actually start the stream, because there's OBS Studio going there. There's the YouTube command center there. There's a chat, and there's the document I'm sharing with Arthur. It's crazy. It's like so much stuff going on here. And of course my keyboard shortcuts don't work. There we go. 2 screens. Got my laptop up there, then the other vertical screen right there, OBS Studio, YouTube chat, YouTube controls. It's craziness. It's absolute craziness. Anyways, so what do we have planned for today? Today we are going to finish up this bad boy, this big black thing that's sitting on my desk. Last weekend we sort of got stuck a bit. It's so close to the end, to the final conclusion, basically. But today we're going to finish that up. Today we are going to add the tablet. Today we are going to add auto grid mesh leveling, whatever it's called in Smoothie. I think it's called, what is it, Delta grid probing. Basically what Marlin calls mesh leveling, auto mesh leveling. But that's the plan, basically. I did try a few things out while you guys were gone for 7 days. I did try out Fabrica, which is basically the web interface overlay that runs in your browser instead of just being presented from the Smoothieboard. We'll get into that. We'll get into all the options that we have for getting data out of the Smoothieboard into your network, into your Ethernet, basically, and then there goes the power cord, and then back to your control devices, tablets, phones, PCs, and all that. Vid is low quality. Vid is 1080p 30, 1080p 25 as always. That might just be the YouTube player. And that used to be an Eagles business card. Awesome. Oh, sorry, Eagles. If someone from Eagles is watching, just send me an email with your contact details, because this is not readable anymore. Professional businessmen. Right. Now, Fabrica's Alpha, RC, Pre-Alpha. Yeah. In fact, it wasn't working for me when I tried it. So the good thing is we do have a fallback interface. We do have a native interface that is presented from the Smoothieboard itself. All right. My face is out of focus. I focused like right here. This thing should be in focus, but there's like the focus plane. It's like a bit in front of me, but should be good enough. Now, where do we start? So, like I said, we've got a few things to do. We've got to add the tablet, which I will show you how to do with just a few easy tools. We're going to use some MDF, some pre-cut MDF. We're going to use a USB cord and some hot glue to make this thing cloud connected. Well, not exactly, but that's what we're going to do to add the tablet to the printer itself, because that doesn't sound healthy. As of right now, it has the original LCD in there, and that is not connected. You can in fact see the wires dangling out right there. So that is exactly where we're going to put the tablet, which actually looks like it belongs there. That's kind of sweet. And that's going to go on there. For now, I think we should start out with a bit of hardware. And that is the USB charging solution. Because this tablet is supposed to be like a semi-permanent... That button is supposed to be like a semi-permanent thing of the printer. So it's going to sit right there. It's going to be like a part of the machine, more or less. This is like a super cheap tablet, but good enough for like giving you a basic touchscreen interface, just to control the printer without having to actually grab anything else. Right, for that we need power. Let's just start out with that, just to get the fingers warmed up. Is it possible to control 3 printers off of that one tablet? It's just a web interface. It's just let's turn it on. It's just a web interface. So you open up a browser. You basically, let's zoom in right there. You open up a browser. You get a web page, and you can control your devices through that. Yeah, a tablet will be connected through Wi-Fi. The tablet will not have any direct connection to the Smoothieboard. It's actually only going to be charged. It is only going to be charged using the... Oh wait, I've got a stripper right there. It's only going to be charged in the Smoothieboard or from the Smoothieboard, and everything else will be handled from basically external interfaces, more or less. Did that score it enough? No. We'll be upgrading the tablet in about 3 to 5 weeks because it dies. I don't know about that. But I mean, I've got plenty of other tech that I could just shove in there. Okay, so apparently that side isn't made to be used like that, but Hex Tom's adamant prints a dick, but well, you would have to get into my local area network first, because this is not a... come on. Damn, these cables are strong. This is not a real internet connected machine. It's just a local area network interface. I don't think... God damn it, those BQ guys do know how to make USB cables. Ugh! Holy crap. Right there. Okay. Or yeah, it's not an interface internet connected board. It's just a local area network interface. There might be a future revision at some point, a software upgrade that goes through some sort of cloud server, like a lot of printers are doing these days. But for now, it's just a very, very simple Ethernet interface. Ow! Shouldn't have done that. All right, so USB wise, we need the red and black. Obviously, we don't need the white and green, which is data positive and negative. I might have mixed those two up, but we don't need to. We do not need the two data lines. That is hard to pronounce. Positive, negative, and we're just going to add a one of these little DuPont connectors on it, because the Smoothieboard does have 5 volt in there. It has a 5 volt buck connector rated up to 1 amp, and that should be enough. And you know, if you can trust Arthur, but I think you can. He's basically saying it should be enough to run the Smoothieboard itself, plus charging the tablet at 500 milliamps, which should be pretty good. Yeah, so i3 Mark II, awesome machine still. I mean, it just keeps on working. That's, I guess, the biggest thing. It just works. There's nothing I could complain about it. I mean, it is a very, very maker-focused machine. It's it is still a core rep. That is absolutely nice in my opinion. Data lines need separating. Yeah, okay. Do I need to separate them? I don't know. Looks okay. Looks sort of okay. Let's just try and pull this one out a bit more. Should be good. They are at different lengths anyways. So yeah, Mark II is still a very, very awesome machine, and yeah, well deserving of the well deserving of the Tom approved badge, which was something that you guys in chat were discussing before, as to, you know, what sort of criteria it's based on, what sort of criteria it would get revoked under. I mean, the thing is, once you hand out a badge like that, it's kind of hard to revoke it and to take it back. So the badge is actually intended to be a, you know, give out once and then it's part of that exact product. It's not meant to be like a, okay, for the next 1 year, I think this thing is good, and then I'm going to have to look at it again, unless, of course, the product really starts changing or anything. But like a really high quality wire strippers, these are Knipex. These are genuine Knipex, and they suck. That's the only problem, you know. You buy the expensive German stuff because you're like, hey, yeah, all my other pliers and stuff are Knipex and they work like really well, and then you get these and they're like, yeah. All right, that's looking good. Have I made a guide to optimize stepper motor current? I did make a video about stepper motors and driver tuning, I believe. Look it up, someone might be able to post a link. Yeah, so to finish up on the Tom Approves badge, like I said, it is something that is intended to be like an approval of that exact product. It usually doesn't say a whole lot about the company unless I explicitly mention it. So just to talk about that, there one concern: what if the next revision changes? Well, the next revision doesn't automatically get the badge. If the company changes, they are not going to get any more badges, any more approval things. So yeah, very, very, very simple idea. It's not supposed to be like a huge, overthought, overcomplicated deal. It's just a product. If you're thinking about it, if you're thinking about buying it, I wouldn't stop you from doing so. I'd actually tell you, go ahead, buy that thing, buy the Prusa i3, buy the Smoothieboard, buy an E3D V6 hardened, a genuine one. Okay, so that's kind of up in there. And maybe have a look at those stepper drivers. It's just, at the end of a review, it's supposed to be like alright, this thing is actually pretty good. And I would approve if you'd say, hey, I want to buy this. Not anymore, not unless, so yeah. That's that. Alright. So we've got the USB charging cable done. Two data lines look sort of okay. They're not shorting out to anything. Now, of course, the Android tablet does look at the data connector and at the fifth pin, which is the host pin, more or less, to see if it can charge and how fast it can charge. Technically, if you're looking at USB specs, if you're looking at how much a device should be allowed to pull without any communication with the host, so with a cable like this, it should be allowed to, I think, pull 100 milliamps or something, so not a whole lot. Stop. Why stop? Arthur, heart attack incoming. Yeah, so 100 milliamps it should be able to draw. Let's see how much these Lenovo is Chinese, I believe, at this point. How much these tablets will actually draw without any sort of communication happening. They typically tend to draw more than they're allowed to. Yeah, 500 milliamp. Only if the host actually talks to the only if the device actually starts talking through USB, through the data protocol, and communicates with the host. Okay, it is safe to pull 500 milliamps from you. If it doesn't do that, it's only allowed to pull like 100, I believe. So let's just see. Now, Arthur's saying pinout is wrong. If I were to connect this to an end stop, yes, the pinout would be wrong. I'm not going to be connecting this to an end stop. I'm going to be connecting this to the serial interface because I might actually... I'm not going to use the end stops anyways, but it just seems a bit more accessible than the end stops at the very corner of the board. All right, let's just get this thing completely removed here. I feel like I'm scratching the shell on the outside here. Let's get this in frame. There we go. All right. So, sorry for panicking. Relax, we didn't break anything so far. Just a few minor hiccups, but that's not too bad. Right, so that's the one I want to use. Let's zoom you guys in. That wobbly camera. Okay, that's mirrored, so I'm gonna move it this way. That's actually harder than it looks. Right, so downstream without panic. Yeah, that it wouldn't be a real stream. So serial right there. We got the TX RX, V plus, nothing, and ground. So basically, if we plug this thing in like that, and I did measure beforehand. I did measure that the 5 volt or the V plus right here is actually 5 volt, and it is. So theoretically, that's plugged in. Should I put some tape around that? Nah, we should be good. Theoretically, I mean, I could have cut this a whole lot shorter, but yeah, we can always tuck the cable in here. Right. Let's give this thing some power. All right, just to catch up on audio, I mean, we did start out the stream without audio at all. I had it muted in here. Just to catch up on audio, there is still the H4n right there that's capturing my audio. It's a stereo microphone. It's not a worn microphone, which is something I think I might get in the future. Bob from I Like to Make Stuff actually recommended his setup, which is an analog one. Unfortunately, you can't really buy those from Germany because frequency regulations and stuff. But for the future video, that might be a good upgrade, just to have it for live streams and for for just my regular content, so that I don't have to wear a Zoom H4 recorder. Right. It's looking good. All right, so it is, the two things I'm looking for is, it is saying it's charging and the smoothie board is still lighting up. Let's just grab a small block here so you guys don't have the reflection like right in there. It is saying it's charging, the smoothie board is still lit, so it is perfectly fine. It's not dropping too much voltage. Let's see what this guy is saying as far as charging goes. Charging AC, wow. So AC in that case, I guess, is 500 milliamps an amp. I don't know how much this thing is drawing, but the smoothie board seems to be okay with it. I don't want to say happy with it, but at least okay. At least like not completely wrapping up. So that's good. All right. Let's see. Yeah, shows what's up Tom's nose. Not much. Not much actually. Right, let's fix this thing in position, because this is going to be sort of interesting. I guess I should have preheated the hot glue gun, but yeah, only going to be like 5 minutes. Right, is the tablet OTG capable? Yes, it is. Well, most Android devices. Let's switch back over here. Most Android devices these days are OTG capable. The only thing is, the OTG pin, that is actually the 5th pin in the micro USB connector. USB only has 4 regularly on the A side, on the on the big male connector. Unless you are actually messing with that pin, the tablet will not go into OTG, into host mode. Hoping the audio isn't that bad over here. So if we just have it in charging mode like that, it will not switch over to actually supplying power back into the printer, which it could theoretically do with this sort of setup. But yeah, that shouldn't be a problem at all. Yes, right. Hot glue. Why not just get a separate power brick? Well, we have power. Why should we actually do something else? Right, we are going to hot glue the tablet to the printer. which is, you know, usually is not something I'd recommend doing. This thing is in the way of that camera. I'm sorry. It's like I'm hiding behind it. I'm not trying to. What we're going to do is we are going to use these two and that tape. We're going to use these two MDF blocks to attach the tablet to this display. Now, this display still has the original knobby knob, this rotating encoder in here, which does stick out by like 5 millimeters or so, and I do not want that to get in the way. I could have 3D printed a mount for it. Sure, that would have been the better way to do it probably, but the thing is I still need to like unmod this thing to the original hardware, which is why we were sort of being careful in the last stream too with connectors and stuff, because I will be getting a upgrade to... That camera is wobbling like crazy. I will be getting an upgrade to the Atom 2.5 as mentioned in the Atom review, which will fix some of the things I complain about here. And yeah, it will fix a few things. So I will need to re-enable the LCD at some point. I will need to get the original MKS board in here. But yeah, that's why we are sort of being careful right here. Now, the best way I found to protect things, to not get them permanently stuck, is to put a bit of tape over them first. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to apply some Kapton tape to this plastic backing so that we don't, what was I going to say, melt the plastic back here and like rip a part of out of the tablet, so we can just peel the tape off basically and then take the tablet off. And some packing tape on here because this is aluminum or steel. I'm actually not sure. I think it's aluminum, so that we don't melt into the anodizing, or that it's anodized, I think, and get that adhesive connection right there. Yeah, the printer itself is pretty... My screens are shaking more than the printer. This printer is actually pretty solid. It's like, you know, especially with these shells on the side, these actually stiffen up the kinematics platform too. It's got the 40 millimeter wide rails in here. Which one can you see? I guess right there. 40 millimeter, 20 by 40 millimeter not maker slide. Open build profiles, open builds compatible profiles in here. Carbon fiber rods. What is THK linear rails? So like Heewin. It's super stiff. It doesn't go anywhere. My screen's shaking all over the place. The only thing that is shaking is if I actually touch the camera, then that thing starts wobbling around. So because this is on a long beam, right over there. Right. Let's get this thing going. So like I said, this is mostly to get the hot glue somewhat removable in the end, because I don't want to permanently bond it on here. I want to have something that acts as a separating layer. I've used that technique with tape on there first on some PC parts, where I basically hot glued a few extra PCBs into my workstation PC, and that did work out pretty well. So I think right here it should work pretty well too. Am I going to review the Printable Simple V2? Yes, definitely. I guess, you know, the Mark II review seems to be scaring people, and rightfully so. It's an amazing printer. Brooke seems to be slightly scared as well, from what I can tell from his Google Plus comments. But yeah, the Printable Simple V2 I will be looking at too. As soon as possible. Yeah, the only thing is, I don't think they're shipping yet. I don't think that they're out of like the final beta development stages yet. So as always, I do need a finished product before I actually take a look at it. I can't really, you know, make a solid judgment just from prototype hardware, because that might always change. Alright, so that's there, that's roughly lined up, and then this is roughly going to be there. Oh wait, yeah, The clear tip is going to be a pain to remove after a while. It depends on the brand of clear tip you're using. The Captain actually doesn't degrade. The clear tape does leave a residue. Even if I pull it off like right now, it would still leave a residue. But you can... Hold on, I just gotta ban this guy. Come on. Yep. Done. What was I going to say? I was talking about the rails, I believe. Yeah, so the rails in the printer board are sort of sketchy. They aren't used the way they're supposed to be used. But printer board was never known for using stuff the way it is supposed to be used. So I don't know. They are getting quite good results from it, even if it's like complete component abuse. But you know, if it works, and if there are like no real super glaring downsides to it, like the rails breaking off if you pick it up wrong, then sure, why not? You guys wanted smoke. There you go. There's your smoke. Yeah, Captain would probably be better on this as well. I think it just sort of melted through right now, but we should be fine. This is aluminum, so I'm mostly doing this for the adhesive. Wow, mostly doing this for the adhesive on the back here, because that will make things a bit easier to remove, hopefully. Do I mean the cantilever design? No, I actually mean the Z-axis linear rails that are sticking out like that with literally zero support. They are intended to be screwed in at every single hole, which not a whole lot of designs do. But you know, you see all these mounting holes right there. You are actually supposed to use every single one of them, and at the end of a rail have a maximum of like half a distance between those two hanging over. So yeah, having them like freestanding that far out definitely isn't up to code. But like I said, we're just gonna see how well it works out in the end, because that's... Ooh, I see, crap. That's mostly what matters. I just realized something I'm going to show you in a second. Hot glue feels very un-German. Haha, well. This is a German hot glue gun. So, if that makes you easier about it. Let's see. Well, the only thing is this... this glass plate is sticking out a bit from what you see in the subframe here. I think I'm just going to play it safe and place this tablet a bit further down so that we're not colliding in there, and also don't actually heat up the tablet more than we need to. So like that. That looks about right. Right, this is definitely not coming loose on its own. Blue tack is underrated. Blue tack is like... There you go. Blue tack is a bit too weak for this. But, right there. That actually does look pretty darn professional. It's like it's supposed to be there. And you can like tap any spot, and it feels like it's a part of the printer. That's cool. That's cool. All right. First thing done. The poor Atom 2.0. No, we're going to be taking this off again. So, yeah. So the only problem I have with the rails on the printer board is, I believe the rails themselves, the parts you mount to your profiles. I think these are actually like cast something. These are cast material, or at least not a forged material, which would be rather tough and you know, resistant to breaking. I think these snap instead of bending. I haven't tried that out yet, but I guess we're just gonna have to see. Right. Now we've got the tablet installed. That's a good, whoops, didn't mean to move that. Tablet installed, powered off of the Smoothieboard, so it's being powered only through the printer's electronics. Let's tuck this cable in just a bit more to get that out of the way, because we do, after all, want this like neat and tidy. And right there. Good. Cheap double-sided foam tape. I don't think so. Foam tape tends to like loosen up after a while and just give in, especially if it's like at a slight angle like that. Very good. I mean, I did buy this hot glue on German eBay, so I don't know how much that qualifies. Right, do we need to do anything else? So the SD card that is in the Smoothie right now is the original 4GB card that came with it, because I did have like one of my main 32 gig, what was it, U3 80 megabyte per second cards in there that I used for recording video, and I kind of needed that, so I grabbed that one, put the original one back in, put the config file on there, so we should be good on that front. Electrically, last time we tested that everything works. We got the end stops working, we got this one, we got the 3 top end stops working, heated bed was working. The one thing we still need to do is PID calibration for the hot end, because this one is sort of special compared to this one right there. Can you see it? You can sort of not see it, but I guess that's the point. You can sort of like make it out in there. It's a really tiny hot end. It doesn't have a lot of thermal mass, so we do need to calibrate it before. Mr. Poof, the OTG question, we already had that, so reverse back like 10 minutes and you should have your answer right there. I think we're good on the hardware front in here. Swap these out. Very good, very good, very good. By the way, people are asking about next week's live stream, or the next live stream, which I guess if you're watching a recording of this stream won't make any sense, but in chronological order, next, so what's planned in my schedule for the next few days, I guess. So next week I'll be at TCT in Birmingham, courtesy of E3D. They are flying me there, they're paying for hotels, they're basically, they want me there, so they're bringing me there by force, more or less. No, I want to be there too. So TCT Birmingham, if you're there, or if you're planning to be there, come say hello. I'll be at the E3D booth at a few different times. If I'm not there, I'm probably wandering around the show floor, annoying random exhibitors, but that's just what I do. So that's the plan for next week, for the mid of next week. TCT is only 2 days, which is, I mean, the other shows are like 3-4 days at times. TCT, nope, 2 days, then we're done. That's that for next week. Then after that, I'll be in the Australian, in the Austrian Alps. That's like my summer vacation. I'm gonna be there for like 3 days or so. I don't know. Maybe next weekend, Sunday, we can do like a super improvised Q&A live stream. We'll see. I don't know how much Wi-Fi I'm gonna be getting. I don't know how much internet connectedness I'll have, but maybe we can do something cool, because I do plan to shoot a few time lapses, a few star or night sky time lapses. Maybe I can find like a spot up on the mountain where I get Wi-Fi and have a live stream from there and just do a super casual Q&A. So that's next week, but next week we don't have a regular live stream planned, And if anything, like I said, that's going to be super spontaneous. That might actually be announced just like a few hours before we start. So, should I bring a 3D printer? I could, but I don't think I should. But yeah, that's going to be right after TCT. Oh crap! I actually did forget the aluminum spacers. That's going to be right after TCT, and then the week after that, let's just switch that back over here. I've got this thing. So if you're following me on Twitter, which you definitely should, it's at Tom's 3DP, I think. Then you will have seen the post about me getting that box from Fischer Technik, and that is a Fischer Technik 3D printer. So it's actually just called the Fischer Technik 3D printer. It's that they're not very creative with their naming, but that's going to be a live build. That's going to be a full day. I don't know how long it's going to take. It's like 900 parts or 890. It says on here somewhere, I think. 890 part live build all day. And Fischer Technik, if you don't know it, it's like the best of Meccano or erector blocks, I guess that they're called in the States. The best of that plus Lego plus what is it? I guess Lego Technik. It's what it's called here. That's like the sort of the equivalent, but with Fischer Technik you can build like complete industrial production lines more or less as a small scale simulation kind of thing. So that's going to be the my chat window froze up. Crap. That's going to be the next weekend stream. Again, live build. I think I might have someone from Fischer Technik in stream, but until then, that is planned for the stream in 14 days. Right. I can't read chat. My laptop is like super choking right now. My Twitter isn't linked on YouTube. That is unfortunate. I should do that. One of the mods, I think it's just Arthur, can post a link, but yep. Yeah, Fischer Price is not Fischer Technik. Fischer Technik, so that the Fischer guys, they are the ones who, I think they're the ones who invented the, wow, what's it called? Dübel? I actually don't know the English word for it, but they're like a huge German tech and construction and, you know, manufacturer, and yeah, they also have Fischer Technik, which is like, it's sort of like a kid's playset. Well, let's just bring that back up. So I believe this one is rated like 14 plus years of age to build it. It is made with German rep, so let's see, yeah, 14 plus right up here, 14 plus with German rep, which is like they used to be called German rep Foundation. They were never a foundation, and at this point they're also not rep. They're just a German 3D printer manufacturer who basically have their own platform. They have like a PEK based hot end, which you cannot see in here. Yeah, you can kind of see it on here. PEK based hot end, super unspectacular. I have no idea what sort of control board is in here. Regular stepper motors, regular extruders, regular 1.75mm filament, and a CD with all the drivers and print profiles and stuff. The only problem being none of my computers have a CD drive. Literally, I never need it. I don't have it. I'd rather shove an extra hard drive in there. So that's going to be interesting. I'm hoping. Where is my hex key? I'm hoping that Fischer Technik will be able to send me a zip file of just all the stuff. That doesn't have to talk really. Of all the stuff I need, because it's not up for download at this point, and that would be kind of frustrating unboxing it. Nope, I cannot download the software from web All they're publishing is like a quick start guide, and that's it. And I do need at least a slick through or Cura profile for that. They might even have like a proprietary software, I don't know. But yeah, that's that. CD-ROM, yeah, it's so 1998. I actually haven't needed a CD-ROM drive in a long while. I've always built PCs with at least a DVD burner and stuff, but at this point, you don't really need it for anything. So yeah, I know they do need to include something on a physical media, like on a CD, just for legal reasons, because they do need to ship like a complete package. But then please do make it available as a download. Right. I do have like a hard disk, one of the 3.5-inch hard disk cases that I rated and disassembled, and I'm using just the board for like a regular 5.25-inch CD drive when I need it. But that's like a huge hassle each time. Right, that's that. So the bed is on, the bed is freshly cleaned, and I actually, I might show you that in a second. That's there. So right now it is actually looking very, very sexy. You do have a bit of a bad angle up there because you can't see the tape, but from here, from this perspective, you don't see the tape at all. You don't see anything right there. Let's see, that is, yeah, so that is the stock interface. That is like our fallback, and we're going to use that to control the machine once we get everything else done. Can Marlin fit into floppy disk? It definitely can fit on a floppy disk. It's not that much code, but yeah. So obviously this was the interface of my other smoothie machine, the Zabriskie and just cached. So right now we are not getting any interface right there, but that's going to be once everything is done. So yeah, let's move on. All right, what else? We need to configure 2 more things. So many buttons. We need to configure 2 more things. So last time we stopped at the point where we basically had the auto calibration done, the auto delta measuring. So it basically measured a few spots on the bed, said, okay, I assume this bed is sort of flat, but I can kind of make up for that, and calibrate the length of the delta arms, I believe, and like the distance from the sockets to the outside. I think those 2 parameters are auto calibrated. So for those of you asking about, hey, can you help me calibrate a delta? No, I can't, because I've never done it. My other delta is also, it's always sort of off frame. My other delta is also auto-calibrated by Smoothie and sort of didn't need any tweaking to work well. So that's something I'm really happy about with the Smoothie board right there. But that's something we did last time. This time we are going to add the auto mesh delta grid, sorry. We're going to add the delta grid leveling. So, I mean, we could assume that this bed is flat. I'm looking at it. It is like, not quite. It has like a super slight bow to it. So we are going to add grid mesh. I keep messing that up. It's delta grid whatever. That we're going to add, and then of course enable the network functionality, because that is not enabled by default. We're going to set some IPs for that and basically get it connected to the to the network and to everything else around here. So I am actually going to flip this thing around and kind of have you pointing at that, sort of. Right, now we do need a USB cable. And a spare USB hub. Yeah, it's always like the same thing. So for now, I think we're just gonna get rid of the webcam and connect the printer right there. That's long enough. Alright, so smoothie calibration is, I think, the one thing you can't do through Ethernet yet. Because you do need sort of you sort of do need a calibration to actually make your network run. Yeah, that framing is horrible, but let's just go with it. Let's just go with it. Right. Yeah, so let's get into it. So we're going to look, yeah, so that's already showing up. Let's switch you guys over to the screen cap. There we go, that's working. And also get the B-cam. Perfect. Right, so config, that's what we need. So that's exposed through the USB connection we've hooked up to the Smoothieboard's USB. That is connected to this laptop. And basically Smoothie gives you a serial port which you can use with your regular host software, and it's also giving you a flash-like drive where you can edit the config files and all. So we stopped, I believe, at you know what? Let's start straight up with networking. Let's start with networking, and then do all the other stuff. Just because, I mean, grid leveling, you know kind of how it looks, you know kind of how it works. Nope. There we go. You do know kind of how mesh or grid leveling and stuff works. If you want to see it in action, you can see that in the Atom review, how well this sort of clicky probe hot end touchdown thing works. It does work well. I think it is going to work well with Smoothie. I did set it up on the other Delta. It works perfectly there. But for now, let's get the network stuff going and deal with auto mesh leveling later, because we do not need the mesh calibration if we're just going to print like a small frog or something. Right. Yeah, so networking. Networking is relatively simple to set up, so I'm going to enable this by true. As always, Smoothie is very, very modular, and the modules you don't need, you just disable. So this one is enabled at this point. Web server enabled, yes. Telnet enabled, so you can connect through a web browser through port 80 with just a regular HTTP interface, or you can connect through Telnet and get like sort of a serial console there, which we kind of don't need. Network IP address auto, so it would use DHCP to get an address from your DHCP server, but I mean, I do have that set up, but I kind of want to do it manually just to make detection on the network a bit easier. So let's just set this stuff up. This is mostly like default settings. I'm actually gonna go with the wider masking. 178 dot. What's a good IP address for the Smoothie board? I don't know. I think 42 is already taken. Is 69 already taken? I don't know. Yeah, like I said, 42 is taken. Let's just go with 69. I don't think that's going to cause any issues right there. Arthur, the only question is comment the first IP address then. Uncomment the 3 below. So this one, okay. There we go. So instead of auto, we are going with the manual address. 32-bit. Yes, it does reserve a few things. Actually, let's go with 32. That makes more sense. It does reserve a few. I think it's up to 40 or something. If not, we could just jump to a different subnet area right there, because we are only masking the first two. So we could just go to, you know, whatever, 32.32. Smoothie does do DHCP, but I don't want to go hunting for the IP address afterwards. I think we could. I don't know, Arthur. Does the Smoothieboard allow you to set a host name so you don't have to type in the IP, but connect with a host name instead? I don't know. Some boards do that, but I don't know if this one does. Right. So that should be it. It should be available at 192.168.178.32. It does support it. Okay. Might be need to have the default config just state like a default host name right there. Good. Let's eject this thing. Save to remove. Perfect. Quick power cycle. And wait for it to turn off completely, because this supply in here does have a huge capacitor bank. Wow. That is taking a while. Because it is still connected to USB. Haha. Wow. That explains it. Right, so we're dark. That's good. We can cycle it back up, and now we should be able to connect it with with any web browser. Let's try the desktop first. 255.55 or 255.255.00 is a weird subnet mask for an internal network. Yeah, because I have like a few different devices on here which I don't really want to manually configure all the way every single time. And some of them are on 192.168.178, and the others are on 192.168.0. So yeah, I just don't want to mess with it, and it sort of doesn't make a difference anyways. 178.32, let's see. DHCP normally continues to use the same IP address. Yes, you can check that. You can check that box, but I don't think I've got that set, and I'd still have to like manually go into my router and read the IP address back. It's just an extra step that I sort of don't want to do. So hold on 1 second. Yeah. There we go. That was an F5. Let's go 192. Yeah, and some stuff is on 1.1. So, like you can see the stuff. The element was on 0. What else? DDWT is on 0.1 by default. So just don't want to mess with it. 32. Can we get something? I don't know. Does it ping? Fritzbox, yeah, it's like Fritzbox is like the standard German router. I don't know if you have to do 80 manually, but I don't think so. Fritzbox is like the German router, firewall, modem, everything config, and it uses 192.168.178.1 as a default. So, yeah. 178.64 correctly a second ago. Let's just see. Yep. So this one isn't. Let's try Fabrica. Fabrica dot. Now what was it? There. arthurwolf.github.io Fabrica, and this will scan the local network right here. So let's see, we put it on 178.30. Well, let's see, 30 to 70. And let's just let that search. Yeah, Wi-Fi needs a code to log in. This is wired up right now. So where is it? Right there. I'll switch you guys over to there. Yeah, so the Smoothieboard inside the Atom is connected through a regular Cat5 Ethernet cable. There is a 5-port switch over there, which is handling all the Ethernet down here, which is also connected to the yeah, it's not going to tell me the IP, I know. So everything is handled through wired here, and only the tablet itself is wireless in the Wi-Fi, basically. So let's check that again. So wiring, that's a black cable that's over there, and that is actually connected. That has a link, that has a 100 Mbit link. That is interesting. Let's go into the USB config again and see if we can figure out anything there. My PC should be on the same subnet. Let's just check. My PC is on 168.178.26. So that's right there. Same gateway, same masking and all. So that should go. That should work. Send net or ethernet in interface. Right. Let's just try that and switch over here. So we need prompt interface. And that's probably the right one. And we send an etnet right here. And it's at 192.168.178.32. Gateway is the correct one, and mask is at 2555. That is looking good. That is looking good. But this is still not sure why it's not. Why it's not showing up. 192.168.178. Let's try a different browser. Let's try Chrome. Just for good time's sake. That didn't do anything. 32. And Chrome should do port 80. I think we... That is weird. That is weird. Can we ping it? Let's see. Let's just clear out the info from here. Let's ping 192 points. I mean, Ethernet stuff is always like, host unreached. What? Okay. So Google.de does work, so it's not my internet here, obviously, but my router is basically telling me destination host unreachable. That is weird. Yeah, software has improved a lot since the Smoothieboard video. It is still pretty much the exact same hardware, but yeah, 192.168.178.1 is the router. Yes, I am going to try DHCP just to be safe, just to have a fallback. So let's go back into Notepad++, which is not recommended to be used, but I'm going to use it anyways. That looks better. And gone. So it should, well, the good thing is, since Arthur just told me about the @net command, which I should have known about before, the address it is configuring for itself should be easy to figure out just by connecting to it through Prontoface. So let's try that again. So we are ejected. Let's get that out, power that off. And we're dead, right? So complete power cycle, just to make sure everything is unloaded. Right, so let's get back in here. Did I not disconnect? Crap. Now online works, perfect. So @net, it got a 0.1 address, which is interesting. And it also, what? What? Why are we on 0.1? Why are we on point? And why is it 6? What? What? I mean, I do know I have sort of an unconventional network setup, but this looks like it's getting an address from the Open WRT router. I don't know. So I really don't blame Smoothieboard at this point. This is probably something with my network. Let's just see if this one can connect out of this pool, even though it's on the wrong subnet. I am going to quickly disconnect my my extra Wi-Fi router down here, which, don't fall over, which should have DHCP disabled, but you never know what it's doing. You never know what exactly that OpenWRT stuff is up to. Call IT, yeah. Wait, let's reset this thing again. Yeah, this is why LAN parties are so frustrating. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Yeah, there's always that one guy who can't connect to anything. And usually that's you. In my experience, that is like always you. Yeah, let's see what it's saying now. So I've got the only thing I did is I disconnected my OpenWRT. That doesn't look right. To be honest, that totally doesn't look right. The only thing I did was I disconnected my OpenWRT router. And now we're getting this. So it's on a, wait a second. What? That is, so, I kind of, I kind of think I know what's happening here. Yeah, Tillman95, you might actually have it right. This looks like the guest, the isolated guest network on my router, because it actually spans But why? It's on the same. What? It actually allows you to like isolate separate network areas from each other, and or network, what do you call them? I don't know. I'm no network tech, but it allows you to separate like different devices from each other. And this looks like it's on the it's on that separated section of the network. Let's see if this is handing out that IP. It is not. one gigabyte. So it's. I don't really want to show you my router config screen at this point. I've got one with 134, and that looks like that's 190. What the heck? I've never had a problem with stuff connecting to my network. Let's see. Okay, that separated stuff is disabled. I don't have any Mac whitelisting enabled, so that shouldn't be the problem. Yeah, the LAN port number 4 for guest networking or separated networking is disabled. You know what? Let's try something else. Let's try using the config from my Atom Smoothie config. No, that's the wrong one. From my other Smoothie machine, because this one, I know this address, this IP masking. Okay, so it's using a different IP masking, but I know this one works. So let's just use this one. I can't power both up at the same time, which should be okay. Let me find my Windows. There we go. Checked. Done. Power off. Okay, and every time I turn this thing on and off, this tablet right here starts vibrating, because it's like saying, hey, I'm charging now. I'm not charging anymore. I'm charging now. Yeah. You get the idea. Right, let's try this again. So that was at 64. Where's my Notepad++ at? '64. Yep. There it is. Let's try it again. 192, 168, 68, 178, 64. There we go. So apparently it was just the net mask, the 255.00, which something wasn't happy with. I'm not saying Smoothie wasn't happy with, but something on this network wasn't happy with. Right. So there is our interface, and my can you guys see that? My computer is not happy at all. Which is why I'm going to pull up this exact this exact interface on the tablet right here. Now there is a different interface available for Smoothie if you want to add that instead of that default you guys just saw. But we don't have that installed yet. We could. Smoothieboard.org install web interface. Try checking the connection. Is this thing on? Is this thing on Wi-Fi properly? That's working. Let's go plus. That's working. Live now, please reshare. But 64 doesn't seem to be working. Let's try the full thing. Nope. Let's see if we can get Fabrica to work. I'm looking in chat. Yes, I am sort of looking in chat. And yes, in case someone wants to ask, yes, this is live, obviously. So the 192 isn't really... That one isn't doing anything. Wi-Fi can't work. Wi-Fi does work. And we can load up Fabrica if we wanted to. So let's move that in so we can zoom in a bit further. Right there. Let's see if Fabrica can connect, but I don't think if the actual web interface doesn't load up, I don't think the Fabrica interface. Whoops. Okay, there we go. Unplugged yeah. So that looks like it's loading up. Can I actually get you guys? Can you sort of read that, see that at all? I feel like it's in sort of a bad spot, but we got a bit more zoom. There we go. So that seems to be connected. Donate, lorem ipsum. Yeah, so Fabrica, make control. Let's configuration, so we could go do all that, which we don't want to. Back control. Let's see if we can actually control this from... That's working. Cool. Cool. That is very cool. All right, so the machine obviously is working at this point. Let's see, we're getting a temperature reading. We could heat this guy up, set heating, and you can actually hear the power supplies whining differently, which means there is something happening, and you can see the temperature rising. Perfect. Let's go back. So obviously the Smoothie is also intended for like CNC style machines. So spindle on, spindle off isn't really something you want to use on a 3D printer, but the options are there. Right. We can also get, so that's obviously the Fabrica interface, just sending stuff back and forth. C minus XY feed rate, C minus. That's moving very slowly. That's okay. Yeah, so we need to do one more thing first, and that is PID tuning of the hot end, which we didn't do last time because like time and stuff. So let's do that right now, and I just have to look up the exact commands because they might be different from Marlin, from what I'm used to. Yeah, Fabrica is pre-alpha, so I mean it's obviously it's doing the basics. So let's head back here. Make control. So make that I guess has yeah, just a uploader for like uploading your G codes. It doesn't slice on the smoothie board obviously because it doesn't really have that. Don't do PID tuning over network. Okay, thanks for the hint. It obviously doesn't have the sort of horsepower to actually slice anything on the board that's in here. But I don't know, maybe we'll see a cloud slicer in there at some point. But at this point, you can basically upload your files. Oops, that's the wrong way. There we go. Basically, now you can upload your. It will slice in the browser, yes, at some point. Does it slice right now? I don't think so. Right. So Arthur is telling me don't do PID auto tuning over the network. So we are just going to do it classically. In fact, let's actually keep this one in here and move this over here because this area we don't need. We are just going to do it traditionally through the through our Pronterface interface. So, you know, one of the great things about Smoothie is you just have this enormous wiki that basically tells you much more than you need to. So if you have like a question about any of the safety features or any of the exact parameters or something, just head in there. Everything is in there, including PID auto tuning. So that looks like a very common M303 E0 S190. So we're actually going to tune it a bit higher. We're going to tune it to around 210, I'd say. And that will do 5 cycles. I don't know. A reasonable 3 to 8. So it is actually smart in that regard. Looking at how much or how many cycles it needs to run before it has a stable reading. Right, let's do it. Let's do M303 E0 S210, I said. So this is going to tune it for 210 degrees. And if you're tuning a hot end, always make sure you are actually tuning it to roughly the temperature you're going to be using it at, because it will have a vastly different response, a vastly different thermal response, especially in combination with the exact heater that's in here. At certain temperatures. So if you tune it for say 150 degrees, it's probably not going to be stable at 230. So just keep that in mind when tuning that. All right, so that is tuning for now. I'm going to head out. We'll head upstairs for a quick second. Before that, let me just give you a close-up of the mayhem that is about to happen. Hopefully not. Hopefully Smoothie is smart enough about that so that it doesn't burn this machine down. There's the hot end heating. And the hot end fan right here is spinning, so that's good. And I'll be right back, basically. There's nothing on fire in here. That is good. Right. Let's see. All right. So we got the PID audio tune finished. The settings above have been loaded into memory, but not written to your config file. So I guess let's just do a quick M500 storage to SD config override. So Smoothie doesn't have like an EEPROM setting or something. Smoothie just has the config override, which is just another file on the SD card. It doesn't have like a temporary storage or anything like that. It's all on the SD card. Let's get this thing back here, and yeah, so the whine you're hearing, that is, put someone in focus. The whine you're hearing is not the power supply. It is no, the fan is off. It's not this power supply. It's the stepper motors in here. Which is just an issue, you know, in combination with the exact drivers that are on here, controlling or combined with the exact motors that are used in here. So the Atom uses sort of special motors. It's using, can I show you? I've got the webcam. I can't really show you. Haha. It's using high inductance motors, which are ones that, you know, these are super long. Look at the review. You're gonna see some footage of them there. But basically, like this long 62 Newton centimeter low current high inductance motors. They're like exactly 1 amp of current rated, which means the stepper drivers won't have to work hard to drive them, which apparently is something the DRV825 likes, because the stock board uses DRV825 drivers and is pretty quiet with them. However, with the Allegro drivers in here, it just doesn't work out with these exact motors. Like I said, these are corner case motors. These are not the ones you're going to see on any other motor. Typically, you're going to have motors that are rated from around 1.7 to 2.5 amps. And those are, you know, those just work differently together with drivers, and the Allegro drivers work better with the low inductance high current motors, while the TI drivers work better with the high inductance low current motors. So that's just one of the things where things work together. Now the Trinamic drivers that actually got the Tom approved badge as well, those, in my experience, those also whine, which is why I'm saying if used correctly. Now they have the same thing where they will work perfectly with some motors and be a bit whinier on others. If you increase the supply voltage with them to 24 volt, they work perfectly on all motors. In this case, yeah, but in general, the Trinamic drivers just they feel so much more advanced than what we got with the Allegro or DRV8825. Right. Now with those questions incoming, so I was sort of like, why is this image not flipped here? That's weird. As like an extra effort project, I was like gonna add a separate 5 volt power supply, which you typically have like, you know, it's a 5 volt 2 amp mean well supply plus an SSR to actually switch the power supply in the Atom on and off. However, I feel like this might be too big of a hack yeah, this might be too much of a hack, too much of a mod at this point, just to, you know, open up everything up again and get these two components in there. Smoothie does support the M80 and M81 commands for turning your power supply on and off. However, you know, you do have to add the hardware to it. How much caffeine? 320 per liter, so like 100 milligrams. It's like a cup of coffee. Right. Good. So that is looking good. The motors are whiny. That's just something we're going to have to live with. However, just grab that. However, one of the other things I have planned with the Atom is just looking into how much different motors affect the performance or yeah, especially like micro-stepping accuracies with these drivers and with the DRV-825 that are on the Smoothieboard. So I do have some different motors. These are just one tie stepper motor, 1.7 amp, 1.8 degrees, so like all regular motors. I still have the pancake motor from testing the E3D Titan. I do have 0.9 degree motors because these are like my go-to motors. One tie, 2.4 amps, so these work perfectly with Allegro sort of drivers, but give you more native resolution. So basically, microstepping is like interpolating your stepper resolution per se, and 0.9 degree motors just are. They don't have, you know, that much more inductance when it comes to dynamics. When it comes to actually moving the motor, because that's where like counter induction would come into play. When you actually start going fast, you have more steps where you completely have to reverse the magnetic field inside the motor. So that's something 0.9 degree motors might not be that great at. Going fast, basically. Going fast at somewhat high forces. However, in regular use, it makes much more sense to go with the finer resolution over 1.8 degree ones, which is what's in here. Yes. Right. Do I have a video of Delta versus Cartesian? No, I do not. Feel touch? Yes, at some point. Right. But for now, before we get carried off, for now let's get a print going, I guess. Let's just get something going. We have some red filament in here. We're on here, which we will need to load, which will be interesting, but first let's slice it. We are going to be using the completely stock default Cura profile for the Atom. However, we will need to take a look at, is the stream stuttering, or is that just my YouTube player? However, we will need to take a look at how the start G code looks like. So yeah. In fact, let's do that. Oh crap, we can't do that in Cura 2. Haha. Let's use Cura 15.04. Yeah, the printer has to be very good quality to see such differences. I am actually picking the Atom in particular for like a 0.9 degree testing, because the Atom, first off, it's a Delta. Second off, it does have resolution artifacts. It does have resolution artifacts out of the box. It does have some pretty gnarly, yeah. It does have some pretty gnarly stuff going on right there, and you can just see the ripples all over this thing. This is I believe this is from either from microstepping. Oh, my monitor just went black. That is not good. This is either from microstepping or the 8-bit board running out of performance. So that's something we're gonna have a look at, just to see if it's. Well, I guess we can't really do a full-on A/B test from Smoothie plus DRV825. I guess I could solder some in, but it's just an experiment to see how much each step makes, how much of a difference each step makes. Right. So let's switch back here. That switching might be getting confusing. 8-bit limitations will go away if you print slowly enough. That is true. That is true. So what should we print, chat? I feel like we're printing way too many frogs. I mean, I printed the frog on the Atom. I printed the frog on the Prusa. It's like it's frogs all the way down, I feel. Maybe print the same thing you just showed us. That is actually a good idea. Print a nice vase. I am going to. I might print the. What's this printed on? This was also printed on the Atom. Let's switch back over here. So this is the same part, just in a smaller version. This is the same hex lamp, shade, the hex lamp small shade. And you can sort of see resolution artifacts on this one as well. I think this is going to be the exact thing we're going to print. Maybe in a smaller version, if I can find the SD card that was in there. Let's see. Maybe we'll even be able to print sort of the same G code. That might be interesting. Let me see. And that, of course, is the SD card from the Prusa. What's that? The large version is probably going to take too long. It's like a 5-hour print or something, because you do have a minimum layer time on this. It's just a very thin wall. It's just, I think it's 2 walls, but or a single wall. I'm gonna have to look it up, but it's a bit too long. It's also a Prusa card. Just these two. Let's see if I can find that original SD card. What's that? That's also not it. Okay, so let's just reslice this. So using the same G code would be science. Basically, we are going to be able to like reproduce the same G code through the same slicing settings in Cura, because this was also sliced in Cura 15.04. So yeah, we are going to use for that the same T-glaze, which is back here somewhere. That's Triton, that's ArcBio. Where did I put my T-glaze? What? That's Bridge, Polycarb, ArcBio, PST. Where's my T-glaze at? There it is. Yeah, so the T-glaze doesn't fit on the spool holder, so I do need to use this holder down here, which is just a threaded rod between a pair of wood sticks. We're going to route that carefully up here. Just quickly get that in here to leave this, to keep this safe. Right. PLN hips are not safe for toys. Hips could do it. Maybe the SD card is in the MK2. No, I'm pretty sure it's not. Before that, let's do the slicing first. Right. So I don't know. I've had one folder of printable designs ever since I started 3D printing in college, which was like 5 or 6 years ago, and it's been the same folder. So there's like, I'll have to have a look, but it's like a whole lot of files. So translucent shell, that's the one we want to print, and actually we want to flip that thing around. That's it. There we go. 180. So that's that. And then printing temperatures, what's T-glaze being printed at? Let me just look that up because I don't want to mess anything up. I think it's like 230 for the recommended one. 235 to 240. Okay, since we know the Atom does have a very flimsy or very small hot end. I don't want to say flimsy, but it's a very small. It's a hot end that does have a bit of trouble keeping its temperature. We'll have to see how well the PID tune does. But just want to go a bit above that, a bit above the 235 to 240 recommended temperature. And then, let's see, bed temp, like 70 probably. Okay. 240, 70, that should be good. So we are going to, 24 degrees would be kind of cold. We're going to put some magic glue on that just to make sure. Cold extrusion prevented. So 0.15, that's at, that might actually be 0.2. Let's jump over there. 0.4 shell thickness, 60 to 4. That's all looking pretty good. Let's just see how it prints that. So we do have a skirt around that, and that is, you can't actually tell if that is 2 or 1 layers or lines. I think it's 2. And then up there, pretty solid. Looking good, looking good. So we do actually want to print this from the Smoothieboard itself. So we're going to save that G-code, sell the master sort. Not quite, not quite. Desktop, where all the crap goes as usual. And then we do need to upload it to Fabrica. So let's try Fabrica from this computer, because I think it should connect to this one as well. That's not in the way, is it? Looks so dark. So we're at 178.64. Ah, perfect. That's working. Sweet. We are going to make something. We're going to upload something. Choose file. Go to the desktop and all the crap that's on here. And that was like the translucent shell S. Upload. So good. Just a vase. It's not. Well, it's not spiral because it's using 2 shells. You could call it a vase. Don't call it a vase, please. It's not a vase. It's a light. Uploading. That might just be my laptop being completely on the overloaded side. But what this basically ends up being is we've got the lamp insert right there. We've got a housing in here which you could use for a power supply. Then the center pole, basically the Christmas pole, hollow on the inside to allow for a bit of airflow and cooling. Then the LEDs come through here. That makes a whole lot of light. You can thread a 12 volt or 230 volt cable in here if you have a power supply in here. That snaps in here. This goes over there, and then you have yourself a diffused little hex light. That's the idea, and all we're printing is this outer translucent shell right there. Yeah, the settings are as close as possible as as this thing was printed. These are, I believe, 0.2mm layers, and temperatures, bed temps, fill rates, and stuff were all default on this one. So, yeah, should be pretty much the same print. Files for this one. Files for this one are not uploaded yet. I kind of do want to make a video on it. I want to make a video to accompany it, just to point out, okay, wrap this around, because there are a few tricks to where you need to glue stuff. I just want to make a quick video, obviously get some views on that if that's possible. So in 2 weeks or so, I'm going to do a video on that, because this might be one of the filament test prints as well for what was it call it? Plastober? Yeah, so I'm announcing Plastober right now. We are doing a... Wow. Hold on, let's try this again in the meantime. So Plastober. I've got a whole bunch of filaments stacked up. I've got... what do I have? I have carbon fiber from Protoplast. I have iron filled. I have rustable iron. I have magnetic. I have E3D edge, which I still have to test. I'm gonna get some. What are they called? Poly magic something. PLA at TCT. I'm sure I'm gonna get a whole lot of other samples at TCT as well. I still have... What the heck is wrong here? I still have the EGOS filaments, the self-lubricating polymer-bearing filaments from EGOS. Those I have to test. So a whole bunch of filaments that still need to be put through the paces. I have the Prusa i3 Mark II. That's like a workhorse, a consistent workhorse, something that gives me a reference, basically. Something that's not looking good. Something that basically gives me a something you guys can reproduce. The Mark II is out there. It's a good quality printer. It prints consistently. So if the filament does anything funky, we're going to see it. If it works well, it's got a good platform to work on. So that thing is going to be printing a whole lot in the next month, Plastober. Probably going to have like a video uploaded every 2 days or so. Let's see. Right, but for now, I sort of want to get this thing connected. So since Fabrica connects, I feel like the web interface should work as well. Yeah, links are actually blocked by YouTube itself. I don't think I can enable that. Just like leave out like the www dot or .com, or just put spaces in there or something. Right, so it looks like we can't actually access it from the native interface, but Fabrica works but won't let us upload anything. So let's do the cheeky thing and connect through USB. Where's my USB? Where's my USB at? There's my USB. And connect through USB, upload the file to the SD card. IP. Yes. That's the IP. Wrong IP. It's not the wrong... Is it the wrong IP? Shouldn't be the wrong IP. But we Come on. We can leave that connected. It was 32. I actually changed it to 64 because I copied that part of the config back over to the config of this board. Does it need HTTP? Does Firefox need HTTP before? Let's see. Right there. I've got so much stuff marked on my keyboard. Why does that work? And why does it not work without the HTTP? That is so screwed up. Once it okay. I do not understand network and stuff, obviously, as you can tell. Right. What we're gonna do? So, I believe like uploading through just the file interface. Okay, so the G code is in here. That's weird. Uploading through the file interface is pretty much the same thing speed-wise as uploading through the internet, because it's always going to be limited to, I believe, Smoothie's SD card access speed. Correct me if I'm wrong there. Right. Temperature, absolute mode. Absolute mode? Yeah. Home that thing. Lift, park. So there's nothing in there that should crash our prints, so I guess we can totally just print that. Yeah. Upload speed, like I said, upload speed is pretty much the same thing if you do it through... Wait, why is the webcam on? Why is nobody telling me that? Upload speed should be the same thing through Ethernet or USB, because it's always going to be limited by how Smoothie accesses the SD card. Alright, translucent shell S1.33, that looks better. Eject, currently in use. Come on. There we go. Right. Don't need that. Power that on. So now we should be able to print it through Fabrica. There we go. Good. Now, let's see. Is this one still connected? Let's just try that. Let's home this one all. No, it is not. So let's refresh this entire page. Now, obviously, if you were going to set this up as like a permanent installation with everything mounted like that, and Fabrica running on the tablet, the Smoothieboard integrated into a printer like that, you would have to set up a few scripts on Android. There are apps to do that. That, for example, as soon as it detects the power being unplugged, it shuts down the tablet. As soon as it detects the power coming back, it turns it on. Well, some tablets do support that, some don't. Then, you know, an auto start feature where as soon as the tablet starts up, it opens up the browser in like a carrier browsing full screen mode, so you can't really access that. And obviously, the Smoothieware guys are another step ahead. And we're already working on that, so that's awesome. Perfect. So there's our G code we just uploaded or transferred over there. Let's see if that actually works. I think there's not a whole lot that could go wrong at this point. But first of all, okay, Loading filament. So let's see how easy this is to handle. So temperature. Yep. Let's set it to 240. One set. Yeah, we have an app for that. For Windows Phone 10, who the heck uses Windows Phone 10? Yeah, 2 hours to hook up power wire, slap on some glue. It's not about what we actually do. It's about the way that, you know, it's the path is the goal. Nightbot, good job. So as everyone is saying, like those little details of how things should be configured and stuff. That's why I do live streams. I don't do it for the actual config stuff, but it's about having chat. It's about having an interaction. It's about having Nightbot do stupid things, and you know, all of that. So let's just grab that. So obviously we don't have the macros set up. Is that all the way out? Obviously we don't have the macros set up so that are you deaf? So, yeah, go on. Too many things going on. We don't have the macros set up so that we can like unload and load the filament in a pinch, but we can obviously do that manually. So let's turn this thing around, because we do sort of want to get a good view for the camera, which will be from that angle. Then filament will need to be over there. Oops, that is shaking. So this is about 1 meter worth of filament in the Bowden tube. So yeah, I mean, we are gonna need to push that way in. All right, so that is looking, or feeling good at least. And we got, oh, we actually already have clear T-glaze coming out. That is good. That is good, right. Next up we need some adhesive, because I don't want to bond, because I don't want to bond it to the glass too much directly. And T-glaze does like to bond to glass way too much, or PETs in general. You know, the Dynamo 3D actually has a hole in its bit because I bonded or printed a PET part onto that without any sort of separation or anything. So Magigoo actually sent me, I had used the original version a while ago, which was like super messy. It did work, it was super messy to use, and this one supposedly is less of a mess. So let's just try that out live. So that's a very, very rubbery applicator. Ooh, there's the stuff. Okay. That actually does feel better. Let's see. It's way more liquid than the original one. Holy crap, that's hot. Whoo! That just randomly dropped onto my finger, right out of the hot end. Right, Magigoo on there. Let's see how well that works. Live test of that new formula as well. You know what? Let's grab some camera. Let's grab some camera and get that closer in. This one is short on cables, so let's grab this. I'll be right here. Can we get rid of the reflections? There we go. Cool, this thing is still on manual mode. There we go, that's better. Right. So we are heated up. Let's turn this thing off for now. So I guess it doesn't have heated bed controls on the tablet yet. But back, make, play this thing. What do you want to do? Well, I want to play. I want to print this thing. Obviously wording very considerate in that case, not saying print because the Smoothie might be used for everything else that isn't a 3D printer as well. Hey, if I crouch down, you can kind of see me in here as well. Smoothie is not proprietary to 3D printers. You can use everything else with it as well. Yeah, PETG took a bit out of your glass bed. Yeah, you just have to know about that. It's like why PEI is so awesome. It just works with pretty much every surface unless you try flexibles. I actually took out a part of the PEI bed or PEI, what's it called, sheet on one of the MK2s by just printing a flexible filament on there and then just maybe going at it a bit too roughly, but flexibles and like Ninja Flex stuff, that bonds extremely well. So I don't know, glue stick for that, definitely. When you've got glass like that, put something on it if you're printing PET, and if you got PI, put something on it if you're printing flexibles. And of course, every material is different. Every specific material you buy and print is completely different as far as what it likes to stick to, as far as how it's handles. Not every PETG or PET is made the same. Right. So this is obviously playing at this point. I guess. So obviously Fabrica, I guess just at this point doesn't really have any sort of progress indicator or thing, but like Arthur is saying, it is beta. It is like pre-beta. It's alpha. It's like testing stage, just throw it out there, try it out, see what works, what doesn't. And at this point, I mean, functionally it's working. It just needs a whole lot more as far as details and stuff. Don't do anything with Fabrica while it's printing. Okay, so don't touch the tablet, I guess. But theoretically, I should still be able to use or at least look at the regular Smoothie web interface. My laptop doesn't crash here. Do I know of a good resource for comparing filaments? No, I do not, unfortunately. It's like, I mean, 3D printers are something where you can follow like a testing protocol and get like comparable results in the end. But for filaments, it's always... No, bed clips all the right way. But for filaments, it's always like a question of how much tuning do you actually want to do before you start, judging a filament. How much tuning do you want to do? So let's just use a default profile. Do you use what the manufacturer suggests? Do you deviate from that? It's very, very tricky, I find. So... yeah, I will need to work out. I will need to work out some sort of protocol that I can just follow for filaments, so that I basically take a filament, walk through the process, and get repeatable results every time. Because that's, I guess, especially in something where we have a platform already. We're using the Mark II as a reference platform, and then using the settings on there. We have a platform like that already. It might really make sense to just keep going with the repeatability idea and yeah, just create a protocol, work that out, and that's something I'm going to be doing the next few days for Plastover, basically. Yeah, so M109 is still blocking everything here on the smoothie board. Looks like it did refresh in my browser. However, now my browser is frozen up. Polymaker PC Plus, PC Max don't have that yet. The guys from Cooling and Cooling, who I talked to at FabCon, they're making like, look at the video, you see what sort of stuff they make. They actually love PC Plus. They're absolutely in love with that. They were like, hey, yeah, if we're using regular polycarbonate, it's like it's hell to print that. I've tried it. It smells, it warps, it doesn't bond well. It's like, yeah, not a good plastic. But for PC Plus, they're saying it's like it prints a lot more like PET or ABS and still gives you a lot of the advantages of polycarbonate. So that might be something to look into. Yeah, ColorFab XT bonds. That is true. Right. The question is, what does this printer do? I believe it's still heating the bed. And there we go. Okay, power supply fan just turned off, which means the bed should be heated up. Oh, it's pulsating. Okay, so it's keeping the bed at temperature. So now it should be heating the hot end. You know, it's just those little things, knowing about your 3D printer, knowing how things work together, hearing the fan turn off, and then being able to go, okay, now the bed is hot. That's yeah, that's sort of cool to have. What filament was I talking about? I was talking about PET mostly when it comes to glass getting destroyed. Like Martin mentioned, ColorFab XT is a PET type filament, and it is horrible when it comes to taking out chunks of your glass build plate. Then yeah, the other one was Polymaker PC Plus, which the cooling guys love. So yeah, polycarbonate does need 315 degrees Celsius on the hot end. I actually printed it a good bit hotter to get it to melt. What did I test it on? I don't know. I tested it on something. But yeah. Candy Seppi CZ. So I guess I do have to read out the questions for anyone watching the recording at some point. Do I think some DIY printers can have high-end performance like Ultimaker, Prusa i3, etc.? And is it worth trying to get the top-class printers from DIY machines instead of DIY machines? I mean, the Prusa i3 Mark II is basically a rep. It's basically something you could build yourself. Now the hot end is heating up. Cool. And you know, I did build an Itopi i3 just before testing the Mark II, and using the Mark II profiles on that actually works out pretty well. You can get super high quality prints from the machines you build yourself. Totally. You could build an i3 Mark II yourself. Files are out there. Yeah, so we were waiting on, or we're waiting on stuff heating up. So the heated bed is hot at this point. We can hear the fan spinning up. The hot end fan spinning up. So right now the hot end is heating, and it should be, you know, oozing filament in a second. Oh, it's starting in a second. That works. That doesn't. That doesn't work. Let's carefully move this one up. Right. Did that level? No, that did not level. That did everything but level. What was that? I have no idea. All right. So what happened was basically the hot end moved over here, crashed into the bed, and slid over here, and then you can kind of see the sliding. Yeah, where the bed scratched off right there. Let's focus that over here. Is that better in focus? Yeah. Did I do mesh leveling yet? No, I did not. However, I was under the impression that we did have at least the Z height set up. So let's try that again. Let's hop over to the screen cap and turn this guy on. It's HTTP. G32 was missing, so do I need to... Well, I guess I can do the G32 manually before that, and then... Does it overwrite that if I do G32 and then it has another G28? Let's see, so... The question is now if I actually remembered what our settings were. Let's just try the menu. Let's do a G28. That's sort of noisy. Okay, let's do a G32. I mean Luke is on stream. I guess he kind of wants to be on stream. And so that is sort of noisy. Yeah, again, that is mostly a combination of the motors plus the high inductance stepper, or the stepper drivers plus the high inductance motors that are in here. Make sure they're not running hot. They are not running hot. I think they're only getting 0.5 amps. Which would be something that would make them a bit quiet. I think we started out at 1 amp. Oh wow, the belts are actually oscillating. Oh, yeah. PI sheets from Europe. Prusa sells them at 200 by 250 millimeters, but if you want to get something bigger, it's always like it's sort of tricky where to buy this stuff from. If anyone has a recommendation, then I'd love to hear about it. Part 1 has been posted, part 1 is up on YouTube. I didn't realize it was on unlisted, but the recording was available a while ago. Right. Steppers really shouldn't need to get that hot. Steppers actually can get that hot. Steppers are mostly rated for like 120 degrees, which is yeah, which is normal for like electronic components like that. Yeah, I did not copy paste the entire config from the Cerberus Reborn. The Cerberus Reborn is pretty much a different machine, but the only thing I copied from there was the network configuration. Everything else was still left original from the Atom config. Right. Oh shit. I shouldn't have pressed F5, but whatever. Should still be loaded up. Right. But the probing was finished. I don't think we actually needed to do the probing. Because that should still have been saved from last time. We did do the probing last time successfully. The only thing I think we should be doing was G30. There's the home. Let's turn that back on. G30, and then we were at, what was it? Was it G30S? Just quickly look that up. Smoothieboard G30. Don't have 5.0 printing. I'll try not to. G30Z NNN. So actually a laptop not happy. G30Z minus 0.38. That should be the, how to type. G30Z minus 0.38. That should be the correct command to actually tell it as soon as you hit the probe onto the glass, then you're 0.38 millimeters below what you actually want to start out as. Let's try that. Alright, so we got a touchdown. It hit at 348 millimeters. Let's see. M114, I believe it is. Yeah. So at this point, we are touched down. The probe is the hot end tip is 0.38 millimeters below the bed, which is exactly what we want to do. So I guess that's what we want to add before the start G code, or in the start G code. Let's see, do we have a motors off? There we go. Laptop not happy. There we go. Right, so steppers are disabled, which means I don't get a headache. Like I said, this is just a thing of stepper plus stepper driver combinations. Some combinations do have it worse than others. So USB right there. We don't need that. Plugged in. So basically, USB drive is there. Let me just edit the start G code real quick. And the only problem is my laptop is like super slow right now. Again, it's a 2012 i5 or something. It's kind of struggling. G30 G code. Let's head back onto the screen cap. Right there, and turn that on. So there's the Smoothies USB storage thing, basically. And we are going to do a home, that makes sense. We're not going to do a G32 before the print, that would be insane. We're going to do a G30, the Z negative 0.38. So that sets it to, as soon as you touch down with the nozzle onto the bed, you are below the bed already. Then it moves up anyway, so we should be good there. No scratching happening. Let's save that, copy that onto the SD card, and try that again. At this point, maybe keep the hot end warm, just to save a bit of time right there. We are going, or keep the heated bed cool, warm. We are going to keep the hot and cool because that is only going to ooze and it heats up quickly anyways. Motor's off. Here we go. So let's check chat again. Turn probe speed down. Nope. Yeah, so PI sheet thicker versus thinner ones. It's sort of like the same thing as you get with Captain. If you're using Captain tape that is too thin, like the tape you would typically get from we have the file there. Like the tape you would typically get from the Chinese sellers on AliExpress or something, you are going to end up with issues of the tape just like the tape being integral and all, and the print sticking to the tape, but the tape will lift from your print surface. And that, in my opinion, is more annoying than simply having your part lift from the having your part lift from your surface directly. Play that, okay, don't touch it. Again, obviously obviously Fabrica is still in beta, as Arthur mentioned. Not a whole lot of functionality, but better than nothing. And I guess more comfortable to use than the built-in interface as well. Octoprint arguably, yes, is better than what this little embedded processor can deliver. At this point, it's a huge thing about software availability and the sort of grunt you need when running slicing. Essentially, Octoprint can do slicing when running all of that off of a single processor. But yes, at this point, if you want to add a Raspberry Pi, then go for it. But as a basic interface, you actually find if you have a Smoothieboard, if you have the Ethernet port on that, you have a much higher threshold or much higher, like, you don't really need Octoprint anymore. That's what I'm trying to say. If you sort of have a basic web interface, it's usually enough for you to not want to put any more effort into it. Yeah. Heated bed and hot and heating up, that is not depending on the host, that is completely G-code dependent. Right. So at this point, the updated G-code is playing. It is It is printing, basically heating up the hot end, and it sounds like the hot end is kind of stabilizing at its set temperature at the moment. And once we hear the fan on we have overhead cam. There we go, but we can't really see anything. Once we can hear the fan on the carriage or on the hot end turn on, then the heated bed will be heated up, and yeah, right. Webcams on Optoprint work, sweet feature. Webcams on Smoothie, not happening right now. I don't know how much more processing power the V2 Smoothie board will have, but it's at this point it's not something it can handle. Yeah. Right. Let's shove some more filament into this thing. Oh yeah, there's like... Oh wow. That's not primed at all. Turn Fabrica off. How do I turn Fabrica off? Do I close the browser? Can I close the browser? Yep, it is pausing at every corner. Close the tab. Close the tab, okay. Right tab. Okay, that looks smoother, no pun intended. Yeah, so obviously Fabrica is still in like early beta and stuff. And obviously kind of overloading the smoothie board at this point. But yeah. As you know what we forgot? We sort of completely forgot about that. The extruder is still running in reverse. Okay, that is completely my fault. That is completely my fault. So we do still have the extruder running in reverse. We did need to change that from last time. We actually didn't configure that correctly. Swap the wires. I would have to open up everything up again, but there seems to be a software command that we can actually send through. There seems to be a command that we can completely send through the console right here and basically just switch over here and basically just reverse this like that. Yeah, Replicate changed a lot, and I think I do actually I do actually have a new revision coming in. Replicate is a very solid concept. It is good hardware, but like software felt like what we are seeing with the what's called Fabrica with Smoothie right now, with stuff just sort of not working. Or not working, not being documented, doing stuff that you wouldn't expect or don't have any sort of information about why it's doing it. So yeah, Right. Let me just check. Yeah, I did actually test the replicate, but a long time ago. That was like, it was 2 years ago, and a lot has changed. Let's see. So there is a G code to swap the motor direction, because as I said, I don't really want to go back into the config and change things. Printer's not online. Printer's not online. Will it test the Duet Wi-Fi? Yes. Probably, because it does totally make sense. Everyone's raving about it. Everyone who's, who I'm who's saying stuff is like, hey, yeah, you need to check this out. It's like the best board ever. I think I will have a look at that. Yes. Yeah, so config set is config set, so that would be an add config set, I guess. Let's just try that. Let's try that. So config set is the extruder hot and dear pin 0.22 thing. And that might actually overwrite the config file itself. Let's see. Has been set to 0.22 exclamation mark right there, and that basically inverts the pin direction, which means the extruder should now be rotating in the correct direction. However, since since we're still connected right here on the interface, we can kind of try things out without having to disconnect and reconnect stuff. Dear pin, one too many. Right. Okay, let's just keep this one hot as well. 70. 240, that's hot, right. 5mm extrude, let's see what that does. That's still pushing. So let's add reset. Rebooting in 5 seconds. I'm hoping I can reconnect smoothly after that. Print is now online. Set. Let's see, extrude 5mm, and that is extruding 5mm. Perfect. Let's get you guys a better view right there. How far should we get up? 50. That was too fast, obviously. And now that's way too slow. Come on! Right, anyways, and reset also doesn't work. Let's just retry the entire print. Because right now the config should be saved. The config should be saved, the config should be good, and the config should be printing. Did I save the pin invert first? Since it's saved to the config, I believe it should be permanently stored anyways, yeah. Right, let's head back to the web interface. that still online? I don't think so. Ah, it is. Okay. Right. And obviously this is what the normal interface looks like if you don't have like a Fabrica based or a Fabrica enabled tablet on the front of your machine. This is just what the regular Smoothie interface looks like. It's a very basic interface. You can move your motors around. You can set your bed and hot and heaters. You get a command line basically. You get the printable file list which you can upload stuff to, and obviously you can play your uploaded files right there, like just like we did with Fabrica a second ago. Obviously, you don't have to have that loaded up on a laptop. You can just... That was an F3. So you can access this just as well on any other browser. That's Overwatch here. 64, there we go. Yeah, you can access this on any other browser as well, whether it's a tablet or whatever. The only problem where this thing isn't loading at the moment is it's heating up, so it's blocking any communication at this point. So the Smoothie board is basically busy with heating stuff up. The question is, does a normal printer hiss too, just above the human hearing? I'm pretty sure it does. Now, human hearing, typically you're saying it's like up to 22 kilohertz or something, or 20 kilohertz. Typically, you know, as you're getting older, that hearing does degrade. So I know my hearing goes up to like 17 kilohertz or something, and then it's pretty much over. I know my parents hear like up to 12 kilohertz or so, if they're lucky. Typically 3D printers are around 14, 15 kilohertz, so it is something you are going to hear if you're young, and I guess that is the reason why a lot of 3D printers do have like these hissing, whining sounds, because, you know, hardware engineers very often aren't those that are straight out of college. If you want to be a good hardware engineer, you typically have a few years of experience already. So, you know, your experience grows, but your hearing degrades over time. So you don't really hear it as you're developing these things. And if you don't really pay attention to it, if you don't actually put a measuring microphone on it, there's no way for you to pick it up at all. So, yeah. That's why 3D printers hum, or why it's not being taken care of better. The other thing is even printers where you don't hear the hissing, they do still hiss it. They do still hiss at a higher frequency than your hearing basically has. So if you have pets, I know horses and dogs and cats and stuff, they do have hearing that goes up way above what you typically have on like a human ear. So that is something you might need to that is something you might want to keep an eye out for, or ear out for in that case, because it might still annoy them. I actually do not know if higher frequencies do or do not degrade your hearing if they are like at a high volume outside of your hearing range. I do not know that, and I can't, you know, give a definitive answer to that. So yeah, let's just get this bugger out of the way. Come on, there you go. Right, that is looking good. So extruder is turning the right way, obviously. Height is looking pretty good as well. iPhone 7 hiss is still worse. I don't know. What is the printing speed on the Atom right now? That is like, I don't know. Maybe 10 millimeters a second. It is pretty slow, but obviously that is only the first layer. So the first layer print speed, let me just check here real quick here. So bottom layer speed 10 millimeters a second, so that is really slow. However, we are at 60 millimeters a second as soon as we get out of the first layer. So that slow first layer is just there to give the plastic a bit of time to bond to your bed and to make sure it's not coming loose. Right. So I do actually need to change the battery on the other camera. I still haven't bought a proper AC adapter for that, and I still can't loosen up this camera. There we go. Right. Let's get back in here. Okay. I guess that is sort of a good view right there. So the part we are printing is going to be roughly this tall, which means it should be sort of in frame. Looking good. Let's get this focused. Right. So the velocity of a swallow, crap. How do you actually use Twitter? Because, you know, when you have a, do you guys see that? You probably don't see it. When you have a tweet like typed out and open on your phone as you turn it on, and you're like, ooh, that thing is getting loose. Yeah. Tweet about the stream starting. Not sent. Wow. Twitter Pro. Yeah, so we are printing PETG or T-glaze, which is, let me just, which is a type of PET. I don't know if it's a type of PETG. Because PETG is sort of a subset of PET filaments. It is genuine T-glaze, which is sort of expensive, but prints extremely well in my experience. It's super sweet and super translucent. Gives you pretty good print results, and for stuff like optical things, it works out extremely well. Have I tried HD glass? Isn't HD glass like a screen protector brand or so? But no, I haven't. Yes, first time watchers, Jean-Francois. Usually we do different streams, so for those of you who have just joined in and are wondering why we've got a 3D printer going so damn slowly, yeah, so Smoothie is in this machine. It's converted, it's done, it's printing, and we are, you know, technically, basically, like at the end of this stream, more or less. We did everything that we could basically to get this thing going. For next week's stream, like let me just get this announced again. Or next week's, well, next week I'm gonna be in the Austrian Alps, probably like up on a mountaintop at this time. We'll see. Maybe we can do like an ad hoc stream if I can find Wi-Fi, if I bring my laptop and stuff up from the mountaintops. Let's see. But the week after that, which is already planned out, so in 14 days we are going to build this thing, Fischer Technik. Not Fisher Price, it's Fischer Technik. It's a different company, it's a different approach. So they are making these basically erector type Meccano sets, sort of on a higher quality level, more or less. And using those components, they have designed a 3D printer, and they sent me one of them. It's powered by, it's in the corner down here, powered by German RepRap, a German 3D printer manufacturer. They were used, they are not a RepRap brand, they don't make RepRap machines, they're just using the name. And basically it's their hardware on the Fischer Technik mechanics platform. And yeah, that's what we're gonna build next week. I keep saying next weekend, but in 2 weeks, live stream. That is what we're typically doing here on these sort of live streams. And yeah, that's what's coming up. For now though, we're moving up to layer 2. Layer 2 is at 60 millimeters a second. So a whole lot faster than the first one. It does sound like there is a bit of water in here. Oh yeah, there is actually a lot of water in here. We just have to see. I guess I'm gonna have to dry the T-glaze first and then reprint this part. Yeah, this isn't 60. I guess this is just ramping up to 60 over the next few layers. Fan is wobbling? Which fan? Oh yeah. Yeah, so the fans are just like the print speed. They are being ramped up over the first few layers. So this one is just at a minimal speed. The other one on this side is actually turning. There are two fans, this over here and this one over there. Both the exact same type of fan, but the other one seems to have a bit of a higher resistance. So yeah, not a problem for the first layer. They are not voltage controlled, they are PWM controlled, so yeah, they will turn on. They will turn on in the next layer. So I don't want to get in there and mess with it, just to keep it consistent. And this layer is looking very wet. You guys really want me to touch it? Should I touch it? Stuff is magnetic. Nope. That's not turning. Next layer. Yeah. All right. I guess we are done for today. So the thing is, do you guys have any more questions about let's get down here. Do you guys have any more questions about Smoothieware, about how this stuff works together, why you want to be using it? Yeah, Go ahead, Arthur is still in chat, I believe. Jean-Francois Talbot. I did actually do exactly that a while ago. I did have PI print in the zebra skin, a build tag clone. I did have all sort of that sort of stuff in there, and basically did a review, a mass review, a shootout of all the different commercial print surfaces. You can watch that on my regular YouTube channel. That's already on there. Do I have a CNC machine? I do have a converted Mendel Max 3 that has a it has like a Dremel sort of scale spindle on there, which I occasionally use to mill some flat stock and stuff, but really it's more of a glorified 3D printer that sort of does some basic milling at times. But, you know, maybe in the next few months, if Arthur is up for it, we're going to see some more smoothie-based, smoothie-sponsored, more or less, CNC content. Who knows? Who knows? I'm actually going to clear out a wall out of these rooms here and then open up some more space to create a CNC corner right next to my workshop where I used to be doing my videos in. Yeah, the commercial build platforms, they're not PEI coded. The build textile platforms are, I think they're called like micro PC, so that they are polycarbonate based. They are a polycarbonate film, which has a special surface structure, but that's mostly what they are. They're polycarbonate. They're a specific type of polycarbonate, as far as I know. So no warranty for that information. But that's what they are. So yeah, a lot of stuff sticks well to it. A lot of stuff sticks extremely well to it and tears it up. But yeah. Do you know anything about MKS S-based? Yeah, it's like the devil. It's the Chinese devil. Wait, the Tasmanian devil. It's yeah, it's basically, I mean, sure, Smoothie is open source. Smoothieware is open source, as is all the documentation around with it. But the problem is their attitude is basically at a point where it's harmful to the project, to the core project. So yeah, get like anything else, even the other MKS boards. You know, I do know about the MKS boards, the base and stuff. They do sort of, you know, they have partially crappy components on there, which is one of the reasons why this machine right here has an SSR, a solid state relay, for this heated bed instead of using the transistor on board. It's just, it's crappy hardware to a certain point. Is the Rams 1.4 still worth it? Rams 1.4 had so many cringeworthy wrong decisions when it came out first. And it still has a lot of cringeworthy wrong decisions right now, plus that entire thing of having Far East Rams boards that don't perform as well as something you'd get from someone else really sort of isn't worth it. I like the Rambo boards. I like the Rambo, the regular Rambo and the Rambo Mini if you want to get a modern based setup. And those seem to be like the new default, more or less. So the Rambo Mini is what's being used in the Lulzbot Mini and in the Prusa Mark II, and is actually a really decent board. So yeah. What's wrong with Rams? All that stuff. fan is not wobbling. What are you guys talking about? The load spot has the big ones use the actual full-on Rambo. The load spot mini uses the mini Rambo. Other mill, I've heard of them. Yeah, I might reach out to them for a review. All right. Right. Okay. I guess we are going to. Yeah, so as far as artifacting goes, on this exact print, let's get in a bit closer and let's actually swap this lens with that other one. We need to move it a bit away from this one. Right, so artifacting. The table tarantula is faster. Yeah, I mean I could set this one faster as well, no problem. So what? I guess I should close up this camera first. What I'm seeing as far as artifacting goes right now is what looks like extruder artifacting. Not quite. There definitely is some artifacting going on. However, it is much more consistent. It's like it's like a very regular ripple along the surface right there, instead of this weird patterning that we saw on the other print. I'm just gonna have to let this one finish and then take a closer look at it when it's done. But at this point, it does not look like the like it's completely artifact free. It's just you know, you do have to consider that this is also a stepper motor driver plus stepper combination thing, where these high inductance motors just seem to work fairly well together with the DRV. But as always, I'm gonna have to take some quality time with this machine and basically give it that full rundown of what works, what doesn't, how things change when I change parameters. Probe was way too fast. Probe works. It prints. It does its thing. No problem. Favorite test print? 3D Benchy, definitely. So 3D Benchy has a few different disciplines in there, and I kind of don't like test prints that only test one thing. So let's say a test cube. Test cube is like the most boring and the most useless test print that is out there. Don't print it. Don't ever print a test cube. It's pointless. Print a Benchy instead. It's, you know, you end up with like a nice selection or a nice collection of benches. If you do it more often, you can always compare it against others, and you get a lot more parameters tested that way. So if you're up to it, it's not a super easy print, but if you really want to see what your printer can do, print a Benchy, and it will essentially test all the things, or most of the things that will make your 3D printer good or bad. Why would you print a test cube? Don't print a test cube. Don't do it. So you can sort of see the ripple or resolution patterning that I was talking about a second ago. So, like I said, it still has some ripples. It's more consistent, especially like around here. You can see them where it's like this consistent patterning. Like I said, I will need to look into this in greater detail. Yeah. Right. Just gonna have to try that out. The Benchy actually does have a dimension to check for. I don't know if it's accuracy. Look it up. It does have a few edges where it actually. Let me just grab a random Benchy from somewhere. Where's the latest one? So I believe this part back. God. This part back here, I believe, is a dimension checking point, basically. So that would be the equivalent of your test cube right there. Plus, you get like overhang testing in the front. You get bridging testing in the sides. You get like your artifacting testing on the sides right there. You get so much more value out of printing a simple Benchy than you do out of printing a boring old test cube. Right. All right. So I guess diagonal stepper issues. What? Diagonals. Right. Yeah. So this is an Atom 2.0 running smoothly. You can check out the review of the stock 2.0 on my channel, obviously. Question is, what is the point of SCARA? I don't know. That is like asking what is the point of Core XY. People are sort of raving about the architecture, but it's I seriously, I don't care about what your kinematics platform is on your 3D printer as long as it prints well. It's like, it's super easy. A bit of over extrusion going on. Right there in the front there's a bit of over extrusion going on. Can I tune this down? I think I can. Just get it down to 98. Shit, that wasn't at 5. Oh no, the print might crash. Hopefully not. F5 is my shortcut to switch to screen cap. So obviously that's not something you should be doing during the print. Get temperatures. We don't have temperatures right here. But my browser is also lagging. Haha. Pins are configured in the power supply control. Yes, any of the pins can be used for ATX power supply control. It's actually very, very simple to do. Should I do a Shift F5 just to see what happens? Okay, so that's sent. ATX power supply is super simple to do. It's just a one-pin solution where you either leave the pin floating or pull it down to ground turned on, and very simple concept. And it's easily implemented with just a few lines of config. Alright, that's looking better. Heated beds use a lot of power. Yeah, the more power they use, the better. That's why I have that 650 watt bed on my Zabriskie Born Delta. But they only take a lot of power. They only use a lot of power while heating up. So the official values for the Prusa Mark 42 heated bed, or the Prusa i3 Mark II with the Mark 42 heated bed, are, I believe, 70 watts without a heated bed and like 120 with, so it's like 50 watts of a difference, which is realistic for just keeping the bed at temperature. As soon as it's heated up, it doesn't use a lot of power anymore. Right. Alright. So I guess that is a successful smoothie conversion for the Atom 2.0. Again, thanks everyone for being here. I'm going to keep the stream up, don't worry. I'm going to leave you with the sounds and sights of this printer doing its thing. I'm going to zoom out a bit. But Google, why doesn't my printer have 20 zeros here? Yeah, but that's going to be what the rest of this this stream is basically going to be. Like I said, for next week, I don't know if I am going to have a stream up. I am going to try to do one like at the top of the Alps and give you a bit of a view from down there. I'm just going to have to see how well of a Wi-Fi connection I get. And then the week after that is going to be another all day until we're done live build of the Fischer Technik 3D drucker or 3D printer. Yeah, so that I guess has to be it. 0.9 degree stepper conversion is going to come up. Yes, I think it's going to make this machine even better. Because, you know, nothing beats physical resolution. Yeah, but anyways, thanks everyone for being here. So, like I said, keep the stream running. If you kind of enjoy staring into the abyss of that 3D printer. Yeah, obviously also check out my regular YouTube content. I think I'm up to 140 videos or something already. That's crazy. In fact, fun fact, my internal video numbering is like at 99 right now, because not every video gets a new number, but my internal numbering is at 99, which is quite amazing. Yeah, so if you think this stuff or the stuff I regularly do is kind of noteworthy, watchworthy, check out the regular content, subscribe there. Check out Patreon if you think it's worth supporting on a monthly basis. We actually do like hangouts in a smaller circle there. It's like it's less than 10 people actually. Once a month, hang out on Patreon, ask all the stuff you want for half an hour. So if you want to join in on that, head over to Patreon. It's at the $5 per month pledge level, and join in on the live Q&A. Basically, like I said, it's like a private Q&A at the moment. If you don't want to do a monthly thing, there's also the stream tip donation option in the video description, in the stream description. If you just want to send me like a case of beer or something through PayPal, that is always appreciated. And yeah, I guess that's gonna be it for today. Yeah, if you like the stream, do hit that like button. Do hit that thumbs up. That is always appreciated. And yeah, until then, see you in the next regular content. Or if you guys are, one more thing, if you guys are at TCT in Birmingham in the next week, go say hello. I'll be walking the show floor for both days, basically 24/7. All right, so yeah, again, thanks for being here, and I'll see you in the next one. Let's see how tall this thing is. There we go. I'm actually still here. I mean, I'm just doing random stuff. Yeah, I'll just have to quickly turn off this camera. Don't worry, it's gonna be on in a second again. 3, 2, 1. And we're back. We should be back. We're not focused. Now we're focused. I will get a proper CNC for the CNC room when the CNC room is done. See that? There we go. Oh shit. That's bad. There we go. Arthurs, thanks for joining in. See ya. Alright guys, I'm off. Thanks for being here. Bye bye. Oh wow! Just had a look at my phone and it's like we're done. Just at the right time, and this thing is actually pretty much as artifacted as the larger part on the stock setup, which is interesting. Like I said, there's going to be more investigation that will have to happen here, but yeah, that's that. Sure, come off pretty well. Sorta. That's the problem with the wet tea glaze. That just completely peels out. But yep, there's that. Like I said, lots more investigation that will need to happen, whether it's hardware, software, software too, microcontroller stuff, or just step driver and motor settings and mismatch and stuff like that. All right, thanks everyone who stuck around till the end, and I'll see you all in the next one. Cheers!